7 fold. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 late, 10,000. 3 call. 4 call. 5 call. 3 late.
Might have to log out and log back in to show reset the levels. So that might have been the fault.
I'll check. To the 16,000. 3 call, 5 fours.
I'm not sure last night.
Ball.
Where?
The ball. Look up here.
To check. Three bet 28. 28. 2 4.
Thank you, Leon.
7 fours. 8 fours. 1 four. 2 4. 3 4. 4 late, 10,000. 5 fours. 6 fours, no hold. 8 fours. 1 fours. 2 fours. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 late, 11,000. 6 fold. 7 fold. 7 check. 5 bet 10,000. 7 fold. No. One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 late, 11,000. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. Heads up. 5 check. 6 check. 5 check. 6 check. 5 bet 20,000. 6 fold.
And today we're blind level 3,000, 6,000. This is how we go by MP, and from this level onwards, there will also be 40 minutes in rank.
Blind up, blind up. 3,000, 6,000. Blind up. Decide. Three fold. Sorry, 2 fold. 3 late, 12,000. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
Sure.
7 fold.
6,000, please.
And then yeah, let's try and take a multiple 25 here.
8 folds. 1 fold. 1 fold.
Thank you.
70,000.
Hold on. I'll just double check.
And then you said 2 and 5.
Alright, perfect.
I'll do it next time.
Let's get my those. Three fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
12.
12. 7 late 12,000.
16, 8,
10.
20, and 25.
8 fold. 1 fold.
That was one step. That's the one game redemption. Fine, fine. Then give it back. Yes, that is correct.
38.
38. 38 right?
38 pounds.
Yeah. 38.
It's actually
38.
16
C2 late 38,000.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yeah, perfect.
Seven fold, 1 fold. Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Winner
Nine.
C3
And
and C6.
Thank you.
4 and 7 loose. Okay. Yep, thank you. Four fold. Five late 16,000. 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. Heads up. Three check. 5 bet 14, 7. Yeah. 3, 4. Sorry.
White on
5 4. 6 4, 7 4. 8 4. 1 4. 2 4. 3 lays 20,000. Seat 3 lays 20,000. 4 4. No, no. Really. This one. Three bet 16. 4 4.
You gotta watch it upstairs.
Yeah, I know.
It'll be there in 2 minutes. They're coming.
Nah, it is 40.
Oh, today it is?
Yeah. Obviously.
6 4, 7 4. Thank you. 8 lays 12,000. 1 fold. 2 fold. 2 fold. 4 lays 33,000. 3 3. 5 fold.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Aplpt Sydney $1,200 Monster Freeze. Forgive me for not stepping into the booth a little earlier. We just had a couple of tech issues to contend with, but it looks like I've made it in just in time to catch this cooler of a hand developing. The Suke with the Queens has run in to the Pocket Kings of Cameron here. Only 21 big blinds behind. Certainly makes sense to imagine a jam. A lot of pressure on these guys at the moment. Top 4 will be getting paid $5,200 min cash. Absolutely monstrous min cash for a $1,200 buy-in. That might be playing into the decision here for Daisuke. And this looks like a dream flop for Cameron, but little does he know it might actually be costing him some value here. 78,000 in the middle, a bit over 100k behind. Going to start off with a check with his top set. Not too many reasons to be bloating this pot with the queens just yet. Going to start with a check back. Stack to pot ratio small enough that Cameron will be able to get all the chips in by the river without having to bet unsensibly. But if he's going to do that, he's going to have to start by generating some value here on the turn.
4-bet 17,000.
We'll start with a very small bet size here, 17k. This might be a little small if we want to be jamming that river. 17k surely going to be getting paid off by the queens, but the question is, are we going to be able to get the rest of it? The river jam is going to be relatively large compared to the size of the pot, given how little action there's been so far. Do see the call. Daisuke with the queens going to the river, drawing officially dead here. 5 of spades, that backdoor flush draw will brick. And we'll announce the all-in here. You got to wonder if the price was a little bit better, if you might have a better chance of getting called off by these queens, but we'll see what Daisuke decides to do here. He can only beat a bluff. The ones that make sense are maybe things like Ace-X of hearts. Picked up a backdoor draw. The question is, would they have just bet the flop? Is this check with the top set maybe giving away the strength of Cameron's hand? Would he have bluffs that check back the flop and then take this line? Daisuke decides that the answer is yes, but he's going to get the bad news. He is not up against one of those bluffs. Top set is going to be the winner. Cameron's going to pick up a big pot there to kick off day 2 and the final table here in the Monster Freeze.
Same result.
Same result, no more. I don't think you can ever fold tonight.
But the king.
Oh, no, on the river.
The river.
Yeah, the river.
Yeah, river.
Yeah, he's lucky.
With that elimination, we are down to 7 players. Like I said, top 4 will be getting paid. $5,200 min cash. So 6.8 for third, 10.8 for second. Our champion today will be taking home $17,200.
7-4. 1-4, 2-4. 2-4. 4-4. 5 call.
A little bit of blind versus blind action here. Bingu with the Queen 8 going to go for the limp, but Nick has a very strong hand lying in wait in the big.
6 leads 26,000. 5 4.
Let's go for the ISO raise. Queen 8 quickly out of there, and we'll move on to the next one. A few big stacks at the table. Patrick, Cameron, and Jing all sitting around about the 500,000 chip mark. Nick with a pretty healthy 318,000. 230k for Matthew. Now, two shorter stacks at the table, hovering a little bit above the 20 big blind mark. So we're actually very deep here, seven-handed in the Monster Freeze.
One call. Twelve.
We're going to see the king show himself once again, and once again they are up against an inferior pair. Not as damning of a situation as we saw just a moment ago.
4, 5, 4.
We are going to see a 7 hitting the muck here from Cameron. It's going to make Kaylee's chance of winning this hand drop dramatically. It's just one out left.
6 fold, 7 fold.
Discipline fold from Nick, and Santosh in the big blind with the pocket twos decides to get out of the way as well. Back over to the sevens. Three bet is a little bit on the smaller side, so
2 calls. Heads up.
much easier to make that call with the pocket pair, trying to take it set mining. Did see one black 7 already hit the mark, and we do not see the second one on the flop here. King still well out ahead.
Three bet, 15, 7.
Very dry flop and a pretty low SPR here. We definitely don't need to be betting very big at all on these kind of boards. 15k, it seems like a pretty reasonable number to start things off with. And that might be the amount you're able to get paid from a pocket pair like these sevens. Just the one overcard out there. He's going to stick around. Six of hearts are not going to change anything thus far. In fact, it looks like the second black 7 actually hit the muck without me noticing. He is officially drawing dead here once we factor in the dead cards.
Three bet, 37,000.
On the turn here, though, just still the one overcard to the pocket sevens. If we were good on the flop, we are almost certainly still good here on the turn. These bet sizes are starting to get much more impactful, though. This represents more than a third of the remaining stack. $144 out there already. You would think if we call this, we're pretty committed to calling off on the majority of rivers as well.
Careful.
Disciplined fold. He gets out of the way. Will preserve the rest of the stack. Not going to get himself into too much trouble with those sevens. Patrick will pick up a nice spot with the overpair. He'll extend him across the 500,000 chip mark into the chip lead. Really nice time to be sitting atop those chip counts when we're coming up to $5,200 min cash. Guys, thanks so much for joining us today. If you're out in the chats, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. I see a couple of you guys in there already. Joe Hickory commenting on, I assume the hand previous, that Kings vs Queens. Same result, even if shoved pre. Yeah, I would have expected the money to go in pre, but we ended up seeing the same outcome regardless. It was just a bit of a cooler situation.
One checks. Then that's 15. One calls 15.
Blind versus blind here. We've got top pair plays a gut shot on the flop. Seven of clubs not going to change who's in the lead, but it is going to give Matthew a few more outs now. Going to try and leverage that into a semi bluff up against the top pair. There's not a good chance that it works.
Seven calls 32.
That seven of clubs coming in pretty clutch here. Oh, and Santosh has picked a bad time to turn his hand into a bluff. Matthew, with that rivered straight, is going to snap it off. And we are going to have our 7th place finisher. Bit of a misstep there from Santosh, and he is going to cost him his tournament life. Matthew, the beneficiary. Gut shot turned open ender, turned straight on the river. Blind versus blind. Gonna score him a big pot.
If you block the top pair, you're more likely on the board. That was very interesting. I'm just trying to get it. You were so shocked. You're like, what? Generally, it's because you don't want to make a back like half a second. Yeah, I put it myself. Oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Don't want to make a decision.
With that elimination, the dynamic at this final table could start to become very challenging to deal with. Like I said, $5,200 min cash. We are 2 places away from that min cash. We only have 1 short stack. The shorty in the big blind at the moment, but starting this hand with 16 big blinds. So, I mean, he's not even that short. And I'd say there's a good chance that he's going to be increasing that chip stack at least slightly at the end of this hand. Trips on the flop, 93% equity. Got to fade a couple of backdoor draws. One of those backdoor draws is going to materialize on the turn. Matthew went runner for a straight just a moment ago to pick up the stack, and if he's able to do it again, he is very likely going to be picking up a second scalp. You're going to slow play these trips. He's not going to realise how much danger he's in here. But it is a safe river. Not a river that he's going to be all that excited about, but he does have a full house blind versus blind. Don't think he has any intentions of folding this. If you're playing the board, just going to start by checking it over, waving the white flag, it seems.
That's 20.
I'd have to have a really good
Healthy bet here of 20k. But no value to be gained off of this one. We will add a few chips to the stack. I'm just below 20 big blinds at the conclusion of that one. These are going to be feeling very tense with that looming almost 4.5x min cash.
You got this one? The bottom one's here.
That's right.
Yeah. After. Four folds. Five raises 14. 6 folds. 1 folds. 2 folds. Three calls 14. Eight checks. 5 checks.
Pretty tame one here. I'm just going to go for the open from the hijack with a mystery hand. We've checked it down to the river. Dab on the ace. Certainly makes sense. Patrick maybe considers some sneaky ideas there, but does eventually just fold to queen high.
I had him quite a few this time.
Daniel in the chat asking, we're looking forward to the APL Millions. Thanks for joining us, Daniel. I am pumped for the APL Millions. I cannot wait. It's going to be a massive series. There is going to be some monstrous prize pools over the course of those couple of weeks. The series has been nasty to me the last couple of years, so I'm hoping that third time is the charm. You can get a piece of one of those 6-figure prizes that are going to be awarded. If you guys haven't already got organised, make sure you get down to the South Court Sharks in August for that one.
Checks. 4 checks. 6 checks.
On in the Facebook chat says, "Hey Corey, you going for the whole series?" I certainly will be. I'm living pretty close by to the Southport Sharks these days, so I'm going to be there probably every single day. Yeah, very much looking forward to getting into some of those flagship events. That main event's going to be huge. The Jack Star is going to be incredible. Be a big field Centurion. That deep freeze is going to be monstrous. Even the side events are going to be gigantic. Very much looking forward to getting the mix. Guys, if you are heading down to the Millions and you've got a particular event you've really got your eye on, let us know in the comments. Con, what are you looking forward to playing the most? Maggie over in the YouTube chat. Also coming to the Millions. Can't wait to see you in person. Well, I will be part of the furniture. You won't be able to miss me. Come up and say hello. King Deuce Deuce flop. Some button versus small blind action here. Patrick picking up a 9-high flush draw. Cameron out in the lead so far with that ace high. Ace of spades could become a really key card as this hand plays out.
Well, that's 30.
Cameron deciding not to continuation bet after putting in that 3-bet. He is going to pick up a gut shot here on the turn. Up against what is currently just 9-high, but it's a 9-high with a pretty solid backup plan.
4 checks.
The 10 on the river is a bit of showdown value for Cameron, and Patrick not going to turn his hand into a bluff. Waves white flag and might be by a small margin. We do have a new chip leader.
I love the immediate look to the right.
What was that?
It's like immediate look here to the right and look at his face.
I'm looking forward to the Jack Star in the main. Daniel looking forward to the Centurion. Yeah, three that I've certainly got my eye on. I think that opening event is also going to be an absolute monster. Maggie looking forward to the Ladies Championships and the Monster Stack. Is that Monster Stack during the Millions? That's something else. What a crazy tournament.
3 raises 12.
Dean, thanks for joining us in the chat. Hope you had a good week so far. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And geez, look at this for some distribution here. We've got ace high diamonds, king high diamonds, and queen high diamonds.
4 raises 30.
There are certainly some flops that could get exciting.
5 folds. 6 folds. So 3 raises 12. And 4 raises 30.
Looks like Cameron's decided to turn his king 4 suited into a 3-bet bluff here. He's queen high out of the way. Nick not going to come along with the jack 3 off, unsurprisingly, but we're back to the suited ace, the superior diamonds here. And that is not calling chips. We've got a 4-bet click. Patrick is here to play. Knows exactly what Cameron's up to, and he's not going to let him get away with it. Beautifully timed 4-bet bluff.
I've got a standard tree.
This guy's very much jostling for that chip lead. Not much in it. 3 players basically tied for the top spot currently. Would be an incredible time to get a little bit of separation between yourself and the field, enable you to really leverage that bubble pressure. 2 places away from that min cash. $5,200 will be the first payout awarded. very significant sum given this was a $1,200 buy-in.
3 raises 12.
Dean says, what about the amazing run by Malcolm? Incredible. So good to watch.
What was that?
Call me which one.
Certainly has
Five calls 12.
states a claim as one of the top Australian players with a run like that. 10th place in the WSOP main. Definitely did us proud.
Like a good ball.
Three bets 15. 5 calls 15.
Oh. The block, what?
He's going to find himself the straight on this board. 3 clubs out there. Won't be all too thrilled about that. But he's not going to shy away from going for some value for his ace high straight. Just a pair of 9s. Going to be difficult for him to pay off too much. At this point, he can only beat a bluff. Yeah, you're right, Dean. Guys, hit that like button. Let's go. Likes, comments, follows, shares, click all of the buttons. Just smash the buttons. What's the worst that can happen? Dan mentioning the video of Malcolm after his bust out. You can see how much passion he had, how much he wanted it, how much the run meant for him. I think he knew how high the expectations were for him from
279.
all of the fans back home. Pretty unique situation to bust out 10th in the main event. It's an incredible run, obviously, a wicked effort, a hell of a payday, but the so close yet so far is certainly going to sting in a spot like that, and you could see how much it meant to him. Dark Luck Goober over in the YouTube chat asking about my poker earnings. You can have a look on Hendon Mob. Corey Van Yarsvelt, CVJ. I believe my Hendon's going to say something like 450,000 in earnings.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. 1 folds.
I'm not a type player. Usually I don't fold.
2 ounces sold out.
And Dan, yeah, just smash the buttons. I'm looking at all the buttons on my screen, and one of them says unfollow. Don't press that one, but the rest of them, it can't be that bad. You're either gonna click a link to somewhere, and you can just click the back button, or you're gonna like leave a comment, or like just. But you're also gonna eventually find the like and follow buttons as well. So just hit them all.
folds. Six folds.
Nick, as one of our middling stacks here, making what is, I think, a really disciplined fold with this Queen Jack. It can be really tempting to get amongst it with a hand that looks really decent. But guys, remember, we're 2 away from the min cap, and it's $5,200 for 4th, $0 for 5th. We've already seen some of the big stacks showing that they're willing to get amongst it and tangle a little bit. So if you can just sit back, watch 2 of the big stacks collide, wait for the 1 stack shorter than you to bust, and collect $5,000 to do it, that's a pretty good spectator's fee, that's for sure. Cameron going to catch the top pair on the flop here. He's going to pick up a gut shot to go along with it. Most importantly, he has the check mark in this hand. Just a small blind versus blind pot, but it all adds up. Patrick has decided to slow down on the turn, probably with the intention of giving it up against the aggression. You guys are going to see me make a whole lot of terrible reads over the course of the stream today, so I'm glad I got that one right. Johnny Mitch over on YouTube asking if I've got any advice for the APL Millions main event for his first crack at it, and thankfully the APL team has let him know to not lose all of his chips. That's some solid advice there. Yep, that's going to be tough to top. But Johnny, the advice that I'll give is definitely get in there early, get settled. You can be in for level 1. You've got plenty of chips to work with, lots of time. It's a great structure event. But the most important thing is to just go in and, as much as it might sound like a little bit of a cop-out answer, genuinely, you've got to just go in and back yourself. It's going to be a long tournament. There's going to be some weird spots. There's going to be some strange plays. And the best way to generate value out of that event is to get in there, figure out what nonsense people are up to, and punish them for it. If you can do that consistently, that's how you're going to build a stack, and that's how you're going to run deep. Don't be afraid to go with your reads.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking you were bet bigger behind the
Ace Jack suited for Matthew, up to 17k. Now to Patrick with the offsuit Ace 8. Looks like he's going to get amongst it as well. And it doesn't look like he's going to do it by calling. That is a 3-bet. Put the pressure back on his middling stacked opponent. Two away from the money with that big min cash. It's a really difficult time to be a middling stack. Matthew's not going to surrender to the pressure immediately. He's going to make the call with the ace-jack suited, and he's going to be unfortunately out-flopped here. Patrick's plan was just to take this down by bluffing at it, but he's not actually going to have to. With 2 of the jacks already in the muck, there's a really good chance that he's just going to be taking this down at showdown if he decides to do that as well. 3% equity for Matthew. Fortunately, not much that he can get himself into trouble with. He should have already lost all the chips that he's going to on this hand. Delayed continuation bet coming out. Not all that many things you can beat with ace jack high. We do see the discipline fold.
Four fold. Too late. 95,000. 95. 3 4. 4 4.
No.
Yes. 5 4.
Yeah, same at home.
Yeah, I did too.
You can see our table short stack pulled the trigger on a virtual jam there with the ace-8. No one's going to pick up a hand to contend with, however. That is going to be a raise and take it.
I assume you had an ace.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
So surprised your hand quality.
Three fold. Pretty late. 16,000. Yeah. 4 4. Five late. 46,000. 6 4. 1
Yeah,
4. 3 4.
And we're going to pick up the ace-king suited, get that 3-bet in there, and take it down pre-flop against the small pair. Very, very deep stacks here in the Monster Freeze. 3 players sitting 500 odd thousand, a couple of players hovering around the 300k mark. Yeah, our shorty still with 15 bigs. Hope you guys are comfortable and settled in. I think we've got quite the day of poker ahead of us.
16,000.
Did already lose a couple. I'd say it could even be quite some time before we lock up that min cash.
Call.
10s for Patrick, up to 16k. Cameron,
Long.
a very nice suited gapper in position, will make the call. Pocket pair for Jingwu with a call also. Round 2, our shorty in the big blind. 9-4 suited. Good disciplined fold here. It's difficult to defend a hand like this 9-4 suited multi-ways. Our price is incredible, but our reverse implied odds are significant. And this could be an exciting flop. Patrick, just the one overcard to his 10s. Jack high flush draw for Cameron. His pocket 5 is not going to be all that thrilled about this flop. Jake over in the Facebook chat asking about the starting stack. This one was an 80k start stack. It potentially smells that something's not quite right here. So funnily enough, if he makes the call, a reasonable chance that Patrick holds. Oh, and in fact, he has made the call. Forgive me. And we do see the best hand actually going to hit the muck here. Jingwu's call kind of actually bluffing out the better hand behind, and he is now a significant favourite to take down this pot with the pair of fives. Picks up a gut shot to add to his arsenal, and he's actually going to find it. That's a second backdoor straight we've seen in a pretty short period. This time, Jingwu is going to be the beneficiary of it. He is not up against a hand that he can get a whole lot of value from unless Cameron decides to bluff. And this one's going to work 0% of the time. We're contemplating going for the raise, and well, there's not a whole lot of reason not to. We lose to 7-5 specifically.
5 late, 100 6,000.
Quick fold from Cameron. He realizes
4-4.
his timing is off. He has run into it. No need to waste time. Daniel has settled in, but stuck at work, so maybe not comfortable. Well, hopefully we can make it a little bit less of a slog of a workday for you. A little bit of poker in the background should certainly brighten the day. Wayne and YouTube. Yeah, Bailey was an absolute blast in that freeze out. That was a very fun tournament. Seemed like the whole table was having a good time.
4-4.
Yeah, really good little series up there. The APL 100K in Mackay. Was lucky enough to be able to make the trip. Blows my mind the numbers that you guys are getting out that way.
1 late, 16,000. 2-4. 3-4.
He's raised and take it for Matthew this time.
Five late, 17,000. 6-4.
I think we're after picking up that last pot a moment ago with that backdoor straight. Did tick his stack over the 600k mark. Good for the chip lead for the moment, and he's picked up a nice hand here to try and extend it. Matthew, though, our middling stack, fearless, going to put in the 3-bet here with the ace-5 suited. 48k is going to be the price to go. And that was a quick fold. That was a lot of respect. Is that... Did I miss something? Guys, help. Did I miss something there? These guys are speeding. We don't need shot clocks in this thing.
More worried it's cold, actually. I mean, like, either like aces or nothing.
Jeez, guys. Speaking of shot clocks, oh boy, the last minute shot clock addition to the World Series main. Let me know your thoughts on that. Bringing in unplanned shot clocks into the mix for day 7 to combat some of the tanking. That certainly generated a bit of discussion.
No.
Oh. It's so cool.
Wayne asks, am I coming up to Townsville? Yes. Yes. Townsville, I think, is my favourite series of the year. Absolute blast up there. It's going to take something pretty significant to keep me away from the Wilson Tunnel.
No problem. Check to the river, eh?
Now, we do have an effective all-in and call here. Here, our short stack with the pair has put in the majority of his chips, got just a little bit behind.
5 bet 8,000.
He's going to flick it in. And he is going to have to catch a deuce, or we are going to be continuing 5-handed. Was a fair fight going to the flop, but King of Spades changes everything. Oh, and he finds the 2 of Spades on the turn to lock this hand up. He will get himself a well-timed double up, and all of a sudden he's right back in this game. Over 200,000 chips, back up to 27 big blinds. Within swinging distance of the other middling stacks, and all of a sudden this is anyone's game. Sevens for Patrick, going to open up from the cutoff. We'll get the big blind defend from Nick, and that's a pretty bad flop for pocket sevens. Ace, Jack, 9, rainbow. Nick's going to catch the middle pair. Next over to Patrick. This is a board that you typically would expect to favour the pre-flop aggressor, and Patrick's going to leverage that into a continuation bet. Nick certainly has too much of a piece to be relinquishing his hand just yet. However, with that middle pair, 5 of hearts on the turn, not going to change anything. Patrick thinking about following through on the story he started telling on the flop. The sevens have very little showdown value at this point. And I'd be willing to say they have absolutely no showdown value whatsoever when we get this river. All the straight draws that he could potentially have been beating with that pair of sevens have now improved one way or another. Nick has one of the hands that you might just be able to pressure off if you find a big enough bet, and that looks like 75,000, full pot size. If you're really thinking this one through, you can obviously only beat a bluff. And Patrick is going to get it through. Some well-timed aggression. Identified that his hand does not have any showdown. He's going to have to bet to win this. Up against one of the hands that he can really pressure. It's a full pot size bet and he gets it through. Solid aggressive poker. Dan talking about that shot clock wouldn't have been an issue if that guy didn't tank for 12 minutes. Yeah, there was some absurd tanking stories in that event. Guys, you all realize that you can call the clock on people that aren't at your table, right? Just putting it out there. If the guys on the table next to you are taking 10 minutes to make a decision, clock them. Get them moving.
3 4.
Kira asks, Southport next stop. It most certainly is. And what a stop it's going to be. The APL Millions in August. 3 million guarantee on the main event. That is something we wouldn't have even imagined a few years back.
1 call. 17 1 call. One check.
Jay over in YouTube says, yeah, the shot clocks were needed. Tanking was overdone. And yeah, when I learned about that 12, 15-minute tank, whatever it was, and learned that nobody called the clock, that shocked me as well. Yeah, could not wrap my head around it.
One check. Okay.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't shock me if those shot clocks get brought in a little bit earlier next year.
If you don't pick up something it's like a queen or an 8.
Three, four.
I was kind of hoping to have like a 6 or something. It's still kind of
What did you
I know you
4 4. 5 4.
What did you Jack to Jack high. Oh, just
generally
oh, you were no, on that.
6 lays, 17,000. 1 4.
the king kind of it's different.
Then asking at the beginning of day 3 or 4, talking about those shot clocks in the main. I mean, I've not personally played the event, so I'm not sure. I don't have the experience to know when the tanking really starts becoming a major problem. Maybe some of you guys watching, if you have been fortunate enough to get in the mix and participate in that main event, let us know your experience when you think those shot clocks would best suit to be introduced, or if you're just against them and think people should just start calling the clock. I certainly think in an ideal world we don't need the shot clocks, and we just start holding people accountable and getting that clock onto people when they're taking plenty of time.
$5,000.
A little bit of street poker going on this hand. No one with anything at all. We see Nick opening up the button. We see a donk lead on the flop
6 lays,
from Yi.
10,000.
And I think Nick has just sniffed out that his opponent is up to no good. Floats the flop.
110.
Looks like a float on the turn as well. No, even better. 110k to go. Nick finds the raise. Making that statement. I know exactly what you're up to. That's not happening on my watch. Nick's been very snug and very disciplined so far, and demonstrates to us here that he has the moves when they are needed as well. Not afraid to go with his read when he sniffs it out. Beautifully timed aggression there, and he will steal that pot, take it down with the King 10.
5 4.
Jay over on YouTube. Comments, people are scared to call the clock, so they don't want to clock backlash from the person tanking. And yeah, I don't think that's an unreasonable concern to have. Obviously, we'd prefer to just like keep the peace for the most part when we're trying to play poker. In my experience, and my experience could definitely be different to other people, so I'd love to hear some of your guys in the comments experiences if it differs to mine. But I found that the times when I've called the clock, and I'm generally pretty quick to call the clock. I'm more than happy to do it. It's not something that I'm doing personally. Just when I think someone's taken plenty of time, I'll call it. Sometimes I'll even let them know first that I'm gonna put the clock on them shortly. So I've called the clock plenty of times in my time playing live poker, and the only people that have given me a hard time about it or being rude are people that were already just being rude in general. I haven't had someone who was being reasonable and was nice to have at the table. I've never had someone like that take a long time, have me call the clock, and then turn sour. Yeah, the only times that people have gotten really cranky about it is when they were just cranky people as it is. They're already tilted about whatever it is, giving people a hard time or criticizing their plays. You guys know the type. So that's been my experience. Be curious to hear what you guys think if you've had people really get nasty over clock calls or that kind of thing. Let us all know in the comments.
Late 25,000.
And guys, can I just say quickly, all you guys commenting and liking and everything, this is doing me a real solid here. Appreciate all you guys being here and dropping your comments and keeping me company. Obviously, I'm doing the solo comms today, which when it's all by myself, that becomes a very long drag of a day. So, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for commenting. Thanks for keeping me company. Keep it all coming.
She didn't do that. I would have happily taken a free flop because if I folded to him,
Oh, you did have
oh, you did have 5. Alright.
Pocket 5. Nice
Yeah,
play.
okay.
They have pocket 5?
Yeah, pocket 5s in that range. I was like, that's the only 5s that's got in that range.
That's why.
But I can't call with my hand. Or make it play it.
1 4.
I have to bet that would be that. It's the only way I'm fucking winning.
Late 16,000. 4 4. 5 4. Take up. Check.
Couple of 7 highs going to battle this particular pot. Patrick with the suited connector.
Yeah.
Technically in the lead here, but if these guys were to show down, it'd almost certainly be a chop. Pre-flop betting lead is going to be the decider in this hand, though. Patrick with the C-bet will take this one down on Queen, Queen 10.
Double barrel, you probably maybe depending on my side.
And the river, which is not diamond, was the river call.
No, I've got the turn. Depending on the side.
I think turn up and down, right?
Yeah,
No, gush off. Yeah.
1 4 2
No idea. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends on the side. Weird one.
3 4. 4 4.
It says he's calling the clock if it's for a pay jumps, just not right to the other people. And that's the kind of spirit that I like to see in poker. We want to win because we beat the other guy or because we just got lucky, right? We don't want to win because we like found a sneaky angle to pick up a payout that someone else was going to pick up. Like we don't want to shoot angles or win in unethical ways. And tanking for a pay jump, well, it's like well within the rules, obviously. But when we start getting to the point where we are stalling unnecessarily, now we are at the point where we are breaking the rules. Stalling unnecessarily is not allowed. And when we end up picking up a couple $100 pay jump because we broke the rules and someone else busted, I don't think that couple $100 has found its way to the right place. So yeah, I think all well and good if we're in a spot where we can maybe tank for a minute while there's an all-in, like literally in progress at another table. Sure, you're well within your rights to do that. If you're going to sit there for 5 minutes and watch multiple hands play out at the next table, that's a different story. Let's come back to that because we have an insane hand brewing here on our final table. Yi has picked up the Sexy Boys, and they are debatably the worst of the holdings that are going to be getting it in here. Race to 16k, we've got a 3-bet continuing with the Ace-King suited. We've got the cold 4 from Nick with the Queens up to 155. This is a really weird spot for the Jacks. Us going all in here is a call, right? Like we're calling for less. If our opponent has 4-bet bluffs in their range, this is an incredible spot because we get to just call off and be miles ahead of all the Ace-4 suited and whatnot they find. This 4-bet is probably not going to be nonsense. The 3-bet also has the potential to be strong. Are our Jacks going to be strong enough to call off here? Keeping in mind, A, we're the shortest stack at the table, and we're really looking for an opportunity to accumulate some chips. And B, we're 2 spots away from a $5,200 min cash. This is a horrific spot to find yourself in with 2 Jacks. Year to year.
No more.
Wow, this is a spectacular fold. He's sniffed it out. Figures out he has to just be up against a monster here. And he's going to let the Jacks go back over to Jingwu. I don't think he loves this. I reckon he's got a pretty good idea that he has run into a real hand here. But with Ace-King suited, he's already committed 50k to this pot. If you're to be folding this, you've got to give a lot of credit to your opponent. But if we talk about this sizing from Nick as well, he's put in just over half of his stack. He's very clearly committing himself here. And we do see the sigh, the jam from the Ace-King suited, and Nick, of course, going to put the other half of his stack in here with the Queens. And it's a fair fight, boys and girls. We've seen one ace hit the muck already. The Queens are at risk. And what a flop. Never mind about the ace. Ding is just going to find himself the nut flush on the flop. Seal the deal on the turn, and what an unfortunate spot.
If you call, I would fall. Just one. Wait until the bubble.
He with a very, very disciplined fold there, gets out of the way with the Jacks, leaves himself just 11 big blinds to try and navigate this bubble. But he is one step closer. Now at this point with 90k, just over a start stack, his primary focus needs to be get that min cash. $1,200 buy-in, $5,200 for fourth, $0 for fifth. And he's got 1/4 of the next shortest stack. This is going to take some pretty incredible navigation. Let's see if he can do it. And let's see if Jingwu, with that newfound chip lead stack, is going to be able to leverage that and pressure those middling stacks. It'll be an absolute disaster for any of the 3 middling stacks to find themselves at risk with Yi still floating around off that sub 10 big blind stack. As it stands, he's going to be out flopped here. Cameron with the top pair will take it down.
I'm not folding that here.
Would you like to come in?
It just looks like one end of the table is unlucky. It certainly seems that way. Currently, we just have seats 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 occupied.
But I play very tight, like no like, so the style is different.
You can't lose again. It's a jinx.
I'm not gonna take any risk. Before the bubble.
What? I was about to say.
25 left.
What is he
22k. 22,000.
That's some angling, bro.
C2 all in.
I don't do it on purpose.
C3 fold.
King queen.
Like fold.
Considered. Flippy, flippy. C40.
King 10 5.
How about like
Tiny bit.
8, 9, 4, 2 clubs?
Bro, you're evil. Oh.
Wow, just like that. I look away for 1 second, and we've got an all-in and a call.
Ace of spades.
Club.
Ooh, ace of spades. There you go, any picture.
And it might be over. Just like that.
Thank you.
The problem of the bubble is solved, and guys, all of a sudden, 4 remaining, $5,200 locked up. We're in the money. I was expecting there to be some potential for a very, very slow bubble, courtesy of a brutal pre-flop cooler, ace-king suited versus queens. And a bit of a suck out just now. We're there. We're at 4.
Second place.
King queen, jack 10. Jump like 7.
Hold on, everyone.
C5 fold. C1 fold. C3 cool. C4 rate. 35,000.
Boys and girls over in the Twitch chat, you might have felt a little bit neglected up till now while I got my account fixed so that I could actually watch the stream.
35,000.
But I am here now. If you're over watching in the Twitch chat, let me know you're here. Say hello. I can see all of your messages now.
40. And still 60. That's one.
On a positive note, for a game that could have had an hour-long, 2-hour-long bubble, it's good that we didn't have to suffer through it.
If he doubles up, it's gonna be a long night.
Yeah, yeah.
I was really surprised how yesterday went so quickly. I was
C1 bet 20,000. C3 fold.
Were you on our table? I think? No,
I didn't know what was going on.
well, the guy against him just ripped. You were in there with Mark, weren't you? Yeah.
C5 fold.
Yeah, King 8 suited, just whacks 20 bigs after opening a flat. If he folds that hand and makes final table, you got a guy back already. You didn't, I know he didn't know that.
It's running from table to table.
Yeah. It's like I've been here since 11 o'clock in the time out there, but I really wanted just to jump into something. And I'm like, nah, there's no way I can multi-table. I played the safe just because I knew that was away for a while. But
C3 fold. C4 fold.
do you know roughly what you're playing?
C5 bet 22,000.
Good luck. Okay, thank you.
Blind versus blind pot potentially developing here. Matthew contemplating defending the 9-4 off. Typically raise sizes from the small blind. You'll want to size up a little bit so that hands as rubbish as this aren't actually priced in. 12k to play the hand in position. Not even totally unreasonable with a hand as bad as this, but Matthew decides he's going to just let this piece of cheese go.
C4 bet 20,000. C5 fold. C1 fold. C3 fold.
King 10 v King 10 here.
C3 check.
Almost destined to be a chop. No one will be winning this one at Showdown.
15,000.
I'd say on the King High flop, there's a pretty good chance that neither of these players will be finding a way to fold their hand either.
C3 fold.
Two of hearts, not going to change anything.
C3 check. C4 check.
Two flush draws on board, and we do see a check turn. Neither of these guys deciding to let this pot get bloated. Front door flush coming in on the river. Cameron comfortable enough after facing a check to go for some value. He gets the snap call, confidently shows down, and find out that we're just going to be sharing this one. We've wasted everyone's time.
Oh, yeah.
Fold. You want bet 20,000.
Matthew on the button. And go for the steal with the 10-9 off suit. King 9 suited for Patrick in the small. Going to be strong enough to stick around. Off suit but connected hand for Cameron in the big. Going to be good enough with this price.
Or free play. Yeah,
And
free play, yeah.
this could be a fun one. We do see an open ender for our pre-flop aggressor. Patrick in the small blind has picked up both a gut shot and a flush draw, however.
You want bet 17,000.
Certainly strong enough to put in a check raise if you should choose to do so. $17K is the price. A pretty small as far as continuation bets go, especially given how what this flop is, and that just invites the check raise from Patrick. Looks like 50K.
You want cool.
Matthew would expect to generally be more live than he is, given that he has an open ender up against the superior straight draw and the flush draw, and especially on this 10 of hearts turn, Matthew is in big trouble. Patrick, after check raising the flop, is actually going to go ahead and check the turn. He does have the second nut straight, and of course he cannot credibly represent the nut straight. Matthew potentially could, however, but I think we might be playing this a little bit too scared, but so far it is going to work. Matthew going to turn his bottom pair, or his middle pair, with that open ender into a bluff. 65K to go. Patrick going to keep that calling range protected here. Play this straight as a trap. A little bit easier to do so when you have that diamond as well. And this might be a bit of an action-killing river. He's going to improve to 2 pair, which is plenty of showdown value to potentially take this pot down. Seems to me like a hand that's too strong to need to bluff. Patrick not going to be able to get any more value out of his straight. Matthew will see. He might have got rescued on the river. 8 would have been big trouble. And a blank that he decided to bluff would have been also quite disastrous.
You want bet 1K, 20,000. D3 fold. D4 fold. D5 fold.
Open and a defend. Matthew with the pocket pair. Shooting with 2 overs. There is 2 overs on that flop to the pocket 6s, but neither are the ones that Jing is looking for. So there's a good chance that we just end this pot right away.
D5 fold.
Can't do much facing a C-bet on this flop with just the naked jack high.
fold. C4 fold. C5 pass. 22,000.
Blind versus blind. We are going to see Jingwu raise up the ace-9, which feels like a pretty strong value hand when it is just you versus one other opponent, but Matthew has picked up a real value hand for just about any situation. The sexy boy is in the big blind. 3-bet has arrived over Jingwu with the ace-9 off suit. At this stack depth, it's not an unreasonable hand. It's a 4-bet jam in theory. If you think that your opponent is going to be finding 3-bet bluffs and trying to put pressure back on you, this hand actually works really well. It's just a jam for 25. Jing obviously suspects that that is not the strategy his opponent is employing. Sniffs out that he's up against something that's particularly strong, and he's going to make a huge fold here.
C4 fold. C5 fold. C1 fold. C3 check. It's up. C1 check. C3 check.
What's going to start off pretty friendly. We've got limp check, check, check. Top pair on the turn now for Matthew, though. He is going to try and give his opponent an excuse to try and steal it. Double paired board now. Backdoor flush has come in. Matthew going to try and squeeze a big blind out of his opponent here. Patrick is playing the board as it stands. The way that this hand is played, the board is kind of strong. We got 2 pairs with a king high. We are only losing to hands containing an ace, a king, a 10, an 8, or pocket 9s, jacks, or queens. And I think a lot of those are probably going to play this hand differently early on. So it wouldn't have been completely unreasonable to flick in the 10k and expect to chop a chunk of the time. But Patrick saves himself a big blind.
You gotta call sometimes there.
C5 fold. C1 fold. C2 pass. 32,000. Cool. It's up. Yeah, 32. C3 raise 32. C3 pass 22,000. C4 fold. Pocket on C1. Yep. C3 bet 22 and C4 fold. Yeah. All good.
We're going to see a good amount of these blind versus blind confrontations as this final table plays out. We're super deep stack, still with 4 players remaining. Oh, looking at what, like a 60 big blind average or something here. So yeah, we have got a lot of poker to play.
C1 bet 20,000. C3 fold. C4 fold.
I think you're going to pick up a real hand at this time from the cutoff.
C5
The
fold.
20k, and Jing with a suited hand in the big is going to flick in the defend. He thinks he wants to see hearts. Doesn't know it would be disastrous for him. What wouldn't be disastrous for him is out-flopping his opponent with this pair of threes. Quick check on the flop, and that bottom pair is going to maintain the lead as the second flush draw comes in on the turn. This one's all friendly through to 5th Street.
15,000.
He's finally going to take a stab with this bottom pair. I haven't caught what that river card is just yet.
Card, final space. Yep.
5 of spades, so it is just that bottom pair.
C1 call.
And Jingru's managed to squeeze 1 big blind of value, 1.5 big blinds of value out of his opponent's ace high. Thought that might be a little bit thin with the bottom pair, no real kicker, but he is able to get called by a no pair hand. Max value.
C3 fold. C4 bet 20,000. C5 fold. C1 call. Bishop. C1 check. C4 check. C1 check.
So far, all pretty tame in this button versus big blind situation. Matt's defended the suited connector, caught a no good bottom pair.
C1 call.
We do see Cameron checking back that top pair on the flop. Does get downgraded to the second pair on the turn, but squeezes a little bit of value out there. 7 of diamonds is a very connected river card. A lot of things are going to improve on that. Neither of the hands that the guys are holding. Pair of 8s will take this pot down.
C4 fold. C5 fold. C1 call. 2-3 raise. 30,000. C1 away. 2-3-4. Thank you guys. Your chance. Five forward. One lead, 20,000.
Couple of small pocket pairs going to be going at it this hand. Matthew with the advantage so far, and it looks like we are going to have a hitchhiker in the big blind as well. Cameron with the ace-3 suited. Going to be another 10,000 to call with 60k in there. But he decides that he is going to turn the heat up. 3-bet squeeze with the suited ace. He's up against a couple of hands that this could certainly work against. 100k is the price to go, but Matthew's going to call it out. Pulls the trigger on the jam, 243k, and Cameron might have actually painted himself into a little bit of a corner here. There's 373,000 in the middle. He's getting better than 2-1 on a call. Oftentimes in final table situations, that price alone is not going to be enough to justify making a call like this, but the next pay jump is pretty small, and most of the additional money to be made is by winning this thing, so we can be a little bit more speculative and play a little closer to chip EV in a spot like this. And I think price here might just be good enough. Ideally, when we put in a 3-bet squeeze in a spot like this, we want to have a plan for what we're going to do when we do get jammed on. If it's going to be such a disastrous situation, it might be better to just flat a hand like the ace-3 of clubs here in the big blind. Flick in the 10k, take your 6-1, see if the flop helps us and go from there. But Cameron's got himself into a really awkward situation here where he either has to fold out 35% equity, where he could have just taken 6-1, or he has to call off and have a significant portion of his stack in the middle against a hand that's dominating him. He does eventually elect to fold, and that's 100,000 chips out of his stack, that hand. Decided to take the aggressive option, and Matthew punished him for it.
But if I jam, then put you in a, like, if he folds, I just jam.
WKAU over in the YouTube chat asking about what events are on this weekend. Well, here at the Aplpt at the Canterbury-Hurlstone Park RSL Club. Still to come this week, key events are going to be the Jack Star, the main event, and the Monster Stack all this weekend. Those would be the ones that I'm really excited about. But if you want to find out about the rest of the schedule, head over to the Australian Poker League Facebook page. You'll be able to see the schedules and find links to the full series schedule there.
Yeah.
So if you want to see all of what's on offer,
3, 4, 5.
that's where you can find it.
Full check, 5 check. Three bet 20.
A little bit for everyone on this flop. We've got a middle pair for Patrick, top pair for Jing, and Cameron has picked up the strongest of the draws with that queen high flush draw. He's actually going to pick up a gut shot on the turn as well. But not only that, Patrick's going to find a second pair. All of a sudden, he went from hardly in the conversation to the player with a 60% equity lead.
4-bit, 50,000.
Cameron with a couple of half-decent draws. He's got a gut shot on a 3-spade board and a 1-card queen high flush draw. Not the kind of draws that you want to be calling bets with, but if you're able to turn them into a semi-bluff and generate a bit of fold equity, that can certainly be beneficial. And the bet and a call over to Jing now with the top pair, no kicker, and a really bad flush draw. He's going to decide the price is good enough. He'll stick around one more street, and what a hand we have here. The flush draw is going to brick, but we're going to see, after Patrick improves to his 2-pair on the turn, Jing is actually going to find the offsuit deuce, which is somehow going to improve him to 2-pair on the river, and it is Cameron, the only player without 2-pair, who's going to pull the trigger on a jam here. And he's going to have to get a couple of pretty strong hands to fold. This is a brutal spot for Patrick. He's got a player behind him still. Even though Cameron has found himself up against 2 hands that are very likely both stronger than he expected anyone to be, there's still a chance that he can get this through. 229,000 chips is the wager. It's not a small sum. Patrick and Jing were the 2 biggest stacks starting this hand, but if they were to call and lose, they would be back down the bottom of the leaderboard, and Cameron would be taking his place as potentially the chip leader, or at least very close to. Of course, we know that that is not going to be the case. If these guys make the call, they will jet themselves into the lead, and we will be 3-handed. The podium will be set. The worst of the 2-pair holdings... Oh, sorry, the better of the 2-pair holdings has made the fold. And we're back over to Patrick. I got myself all a little bit jumbled up this hand. But it is Patrick now, the inferior 2-pair, but without a player behind him, most importantly. He will be closing the action. He only needs to beat Cameron. He does not have a spade in his hand. He can only beat a bluff. Cameron called a bet on the flop. Donked out into 2 players on the turn. And has now pulled the trigger on an all-in on the river. And that looks like a man that's ready to relinquish his holding. If Cameron gets this through, he's going to be elated when this delay catches up and he realizes that he made 4 pairs fold. Patrick deep in the tank here. Anguished over this decision. And he does let it go. Cameron's going to get the bluff through. Just queen high, that spade blocker. He will get 2 different 2-pair holdings to fold. The top and bottom and the second and third pair hitting the muck. What a fantastic hand. Guys, I could not have written that any better myself. Beautifully played by Cameron. Gets himself up to the 500,000 chip mark after that hand. He is now within reach of the chip lead. One nice pot away.
I don't even have a spade in my hand. Like.
Daniel says, too much excitement, Corey. Oh, I was pumped. Went 2 pair, and then a combo draw, and then another 2 pair. And then the bluff jam. Dude, it was all happening.
Oh no.
2 4 4 4 5 4.
And then the next hand following that, no one does anything at all, and it's a walk. That seems about right. You go from what might be one of the craziest, most exciting hands of our final table into a walk. Cool.
You have jack ace?
Just jack deuce on the river.
Oh, you really jack deuce.
Yeah.
Oh, you riven 2 pairs.
4 4. 5 4. 1 call.
Another blind versus blind confrontation here. The limp from Matthew with 10 high. Patrick going to check the suited connector, find himself middle pair and a backdoor club draw. Patrick does decide to take a stab with that middle pair. Matthew with no pair, no draw, no overcards, just going to relinquish it.
Start the hand, I think I was just going off. That's been pretty bad. I don't think I gave you
You'll see another walk. Might get a few of those. Like I said, we're super deep here. These guys, there's not a whole lot of immediate pressure on them. They don't have to be overly reckless, don't have to make any crazy moves. They can take their time. They've got a great structure to work with. They've got a lot of chips. They don't have a good reason to get amongst it, and then they can just fold and wait for a better opportunity. A couple of reasonably good hands here. Matthew with the ace, queen, and stay pretty good. On this flop, it's incredible. Unfortunately for him, he's up against a suited one gapper that is completely missed and is the one suit that does not have a backdoor flush draw. And somehow, he's still able to squeeze a straight value out of it. Jing is officially drawing dead on this turn. It's basically a formality that Matthew didn't already have the check mark on the flop against this hand. Second barrel will get the job done.
Hardcore. Multiple. Heads up. Capture. Fortune. Capture. Orbit 15,000. Hardcore.
I'm going to fire the delayed C-bet on the turn here, and we saw it. Oh, wow.
Trying to bluff on the
He's-
river, but 6 to right,
he's-
so just stop it.
Floated the turn out of position with 10 high and rivered a pair of sixes. That will do it. I was about to say, we saw him float the 9-7 suited a second ago.
Lucky I checked.
Maybe starting to feel the pressure of being short-handed.
No.
Trying to force things, but yeah, it's absolutely not necessary with this structure. We are going to send our guys on a short break here, give them some time to catch their breath and reset. Won't be too long, and we'll be back in the action. Don't go too far, guys. I'll talk to you soon. All right, boys and girls, we're back. Four-handed here for the APL PT Sydney Monster Freeze here at the Canterbury-Hurlstone Park RSL. Jingwu currently our table chip leader, 812,000. I do believe we are about to tick up to 6K, 12K. So a lot of big blinds. I'm not going to do that math. That's hard math, but it's a lot. It's a lot of big blinds. We're going to be here for quite some time, guys. Get settled in. Make sure you've got snacks and drinks at the ready. Make sure that you're liking the video, following the APL pages, Play APL, Twitch, Facebook, all over the place. Like we said before, there's a lot of buttons on screen. If you just press most of them, surely most of the things will be good. $5,200 locked up for all remaining players so far. 17.2K for the eventual winner.
48.
We have seen so far, and I would say likely we'll continue to see a lot of these blind versus blind confrontations, given that we are deep stacked and short-handed. But this time we've got a couple of real hands in the blinds. Ace 10 off for Matthew and Patrick with the pair of fives. We're just going to see a raise and a jam. This is a very aggressive way to play these fives. And he's up against a hand that he's going to put in a really, really dicey spot. Ace 10 blind versus blind feels like a monster, but this is a lot of big blinds that's just been ripped in here. We're talking like 33 bigs as a rejam. We do see the call. I don't think we're going to see jams like this from a lot of the hands that do dominate the Ace 10. So probably going to be flipping reasonably frequently. Matthew decides he's happy to run it with the Ace 10. And it's going to be a fair fight with 800,000 chips in the middle here. He was the player at risk with the Ace 10. He's going to pick up a gut shot on the flop. A few extra outs. More outs now. The counterfeits are in play. And the King of Spades is not one of them. Those fives are somehow going to hold on that board. Matthew is going to be our fourth place finisher for $5,200. And just like that, one hand back from break and the podium is set. Patrick So going to be the first player in this tournament to crack that seven-figure mark. 1 million chips now. Cameron the short stack. Now that we do continue three-handed, but still playing 40 big blinds. Anyone's game, even at this point. Geez, that's quite a way to get back into things straight off the back of that 15-minute break. We'll get the blood pumping. Guys, if you are watching, let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know if you're all coming to the APL Million next month. Seven here. No connection for either player, but Jing has free flop aggressor. He's going to c-bet and take that one down. Just over 1 million there for Patrick. A little over double the stack of Cameron, who is our shortest. We'll just take one big pot, one double up through the chip leader, and Cameron will rocket himself to the top of that chip count. He's got the big stack, and he's got a big hand here on the button. Kings for Patrick. He's just going to have to take down the blinds and antes this time. Feel a little bit anticlimactic. Dean reckons Cameron's going to take this one down and cannot wait for the millions. After that huge bluff that Cameron got through four-handed, he certainly seems to be in the zone, seems to be feeling himself. And if he's going to pull a few more plays like that out by the end of this thing, I'd say there's a good chance that he takes this down as well. Offsuit but connected, the 6-5 for Patrick.
Oh, 60. My bad.
And this is exactly the flop that you're looking for with that 6-5. He's flopped the bottom two pair. Patrick was dominated going to the flop here, but he's found a way to flip that on its head. Cameron does fire that continuation bet with his pair of fives. Price is going up. Check raise with that bottom two.
48,000.
Patrick has successfully squeezed one street of value out of his opponent with this check raise. 8 of clubs, not a card that either of these guys are going to enjoy seeing. Patrick still with the bottom two pair. Flushes and straights now in play as well. And that Queen of Hearts is a brutal river. Well, I was going to say it's a counterfeit, but still the pair of sixes will be good for Patrick. Pretty significant downgrade. Even though he can't value bet his hand, he's still going to be able to show it down for the win. We'll extend that chip lead a little bit further, up to 1.1 million, nearly 100 bigs. Cameron slipping just a little bit further away from his competitors. Daniel and Dean both cheering for the dealer. I think he has won enough over the last few months. He could stay pitching the cards for a short while and give the rest of us a chance to win some money. That'd be great.
Late 40,000.
One versus one pot here. Jack 8 plays Jack 7. Good chance this one gets chopped up. You do make a showdown. We see Cameron with 28 outs according to the graphic. Majority of those are to chop. Check, check, and the 5 of clubs is not one of them. That 8 of diamonds kicker is going to play. Over to Cameron. He may feel that his hand is weak enough to bluff, and yeah, he did not get the board, the run out that he needed to chop this up, but instead he's just going to try and let his chips do the work. See if the aggression is going to be enough to take this down. I'd be pretty surprised to see anything but a fold from Patrick. Well-timed bluff from Cameron. Gets the hand that's pipping him to fold. Patrick with a monster on the button, just last orbit. He's going to get another crack at it.
3 late.
So raise and take it before. Can he find himself a customer this time around? And an ace in hand. He's going to be the customer that he's looking for. Going to have to fade that overcard on the flop, however, and he's not able to. The kings get the blinds and the queens get cracked. Being well out in the lead now with that top pair.
3 bet 18,000. Five call.
See that, and of course, all 2 of clubs. Basically a nothing card on the turn. We're going to continue to play in flow. Checks it over to Patrick, the aggressor, who will also check back his queens. No real reason to keep betting on the turn here. Question, can Chief fire a value bet with his ace? Decides to play it safe, checks it over, and I'd say there's a good shot that we're just going to be showing these cards down. Don't think this bet really accomplishes anything for Patrick. We're probably going to get a 9 to fold. We lose to an 8, and we're always getting called by an ace. I don't know that this is the most efficient of bets with these pocket queens specifically. Only a few big blinds, but there was a few big blinds that Patrick didn't need to lose there.
Sit 4 late 25,000. 5 fold.
Cameron's trying to pick up a real hand, raising up the button. Good gap with Patrick in the big blind.
3 4 is up.
Off to a flop we go, 68k in the middle. Both players are going to catch a piece of this. The 3 clubs on board might keep things from getting too exciting. No club in either player's hand, but Cameron with that top pair going to try and squeeze a bit of value out of his opponent. This is a 3-handed game. It's all late position versus late position, so generally a flopped pair is going to be good enough to call at least one street, even if it is a mostly unimpressive bottom pair. Patrick for 20k is going to stick around. 8 of spades.
3 check.
Board is getting pretty connected, pretty straighty. But it's not going to connect with either player's actual holding. And we're not going to shy away from going for a second barrel on the turn, try and squeeze another street of value out of his opponent, even with those clubs out there, but just the bottom pair. And just get out of the way.
Fold. 3 call.
Wow, this is not how I would have expected this pre-flop action to go. We've got a limp in the small blind, basically trapping with the 9s. And then a hand as strong as King 10 in the big blind is going to check back. So we're playing 3 big blind pot, blind versus blind, with 2 pretty strong holdings. 9s with just the 1 overcard out there, going to go for a 1 big blind stab here. And King 10 kind of highlights how strong of a hand it is that it can get a board as unfavorable as this and still be able to stick around for a bet.
Three bet 35,000 4 call.
Second barrel 35k. After the opponent checks back in the big blind, you don't expect them to show up with an ace all that often, and so sometimes we can try and squeeze some value out of hands like second pair or pocket pairs above the second pair a little more aggressively. That's what we saw just there from Patrick, and he does take that pot down.
Three late 25,000 4 call. 5 call.
Trick with a third monster hand, and he's just going to win another small pot. Picked up some premiums, but they've not been doing him a whole lot of good here, unfortunately.
Four late 25,000 5 call.
And we're going to try and steal some blinds with this Jack 7. An offsuit king in the big blind will certainly be strong enough to defend against that button open. Not only is he going to defend, he's going to turn this king 5 into a 3-bet bluff. Now, this is something that we've not seen so far on this final table, is these aggressive 3-bet bluffs out of the big blind specifically. So seeing this here could certainly change the tone of this final three. Plays like this are going to start coming out. We might see a lot more aggression and a bit more chaos as this three-handed play unfolds.
Five late 27,000.
Ten-7 suited on the button, of course. Good enough to go for the raise. Pocket pair in the small blind, and Patrick going to fire his second 3-bet in a row here with the pocket threes. King Queen offsuit in a spot like this actually makes a pretty nice 4-bet jam. We're looking at about 30 bigs effective. The 3-better can be going pretty aggressively with these 3-bets. The King Queen, we're blocking the strongest parts of the calling range. The Kings, Queens, Ace Kings, Ace Queens, but we're also notably not blocking any of the Ace X 3-bet bluffs. Hands like Ace 4 suited, the hands we're hoping that our opponents 3-bet out of the small blind, that we can then jam and push out of the pot. There's a really good understanding of this three-handed dynamic here. Really good pickup from Cameron there. He knew exactly how to approach this spot. Beautiful cold 4-bet jam with the King Queen, and he will take that pot down, get himself back to almost a 500,000 chips.
Yeah. I don't usually 3-bet like that. I don't normally 3-bet.
P3 raise 25,000 P4 fold. P5 call.
See these button steals starting to be pretty loose and pretty aggressive from these three players so far. The Jack 2 suited this time. With the 9-8. Very nice defend in the big. Equities are actually running exactly 50-50 on this flop. Patrick with just the Jack high And with 2 overs plus the open-ender, pretty nice hand to play aggressively if you decide you want to work some check raises in here. He's just going to start off with a call, and that deuce looks inconsequential, but actually Patrick's going to pick up the bottom pair on that card.
D3 check. D5
Nine of spades, however,
D3 check.
he manages to catch himself the top pair on the river. Backdoor spades come in, shouldn't be too big of a factor. He decides to just check it over once more, and he's just going to take this pot down. It's 108,000 going his way.
Go on. C4 raise. 25,000. C5 call.
A couple of pretty reasonable hands in the mix this time. Cameron is the first one
Call.
to raise up with the king deuce. Patrick is dominating Cameron's hand. Jing is dominating Patrick's hand, and we're 3 ways to a flop here.
C5 check. C3 check.
Huge whiff for our pre-flop aggressor. That king 10 of Patrick in the big blind. He's going to find himself a gut shot, a backdoor heart draw. The ace 10 of Jing in the small blind, well out in front at the moment. 90% equity 3 ways on this turn.
C4 back. 45,000. C5 call.
Checks through a second time to Cameron, and he's going to fire a delayed C-bet here. Jing's played this slowly so far. Don't think Cameron suspects that he's up against a hand as strong as he is. Over to Patrick. Just a gut shot. Don't think it's enough that we can be continuing here. It's 45,000. The odds aren't that great.
C3 call.
Lucy fold. We're off to a river. 9 of clubs. Not going to change a thing. Jing's going to start with a check again, and then a check back from Cameron. And that's the 3rd time in just the last this here session of play since the break where Jing has found himself with a pretty strong hand on the river, but out of position. He's just checked it over and then received a pretty quick check back in a spot where he definitely could have gone for some value himself. It's all well and good to keep our ranges protected, play a little bit trappy here and there, but if we're missing out on too many opportunities to value bet our own hand 3-handed,
C5 call.
then we are going to find ourselves really relying on the cards to give us a lot of help. Coolering our opponents is not a strategy we can rely on when we are down to 3 players. Patrick joins us in the Facebook chat. Good morning. It is something like that, yeah. Welcome.
47,000. C3 call.
Oh boy, this is a Travis T over in the Twitch chat has dropped the raid. Welcome, guys. Hope you're all having a good time. I'm sure Travis kept you adequately entertained. Hope you had a solid session, Travis. I assume you were on the grind.
Apparently there's 3 in a row.
Get you guys up to scratch here. We are at the Aplpt in Sydney, Canterbury-Hurlstone Park RSL Club. This is the $1,200 Monster Freeze. 29 entries in this one. We are down to the podium, top 3.
C2 raise. 25,000.
also to get you guys up to scratch, this is the 4th premium hand in about 4 orbits that Patrick has picked up. 3 of them were on the button specifically. He had kings pick up the blinds, kings pick up the blinds again. He had queens get cracked by an ace-4, and this time he's got the queens being cracked by the 6-3 suited. These premiums are really not working out for Patrick here. This is going to be the 4th monster with a disappointing result for him in, I want to say, the last 15 minutes. I don't think that's an exaggeration. C-bet, call, 4 on the turn. Not going to change a thing here. Cameron going to find the donk lead on the turn. We did see him make a play like this just before our last break, maybe 45 minutes or so ago, where he donk led the turn into 2 players with a combo draw, found the follow through with the jam on the river against both of them, and managed to push them out of the pot. Patrick was involved in that hand and will know at this point that he got bluffed off of 2 pair in a line that looks just like this. So here with the over pair, the queens on this pretty inconceivable looking board, no chance he's getting away. And he's going to lose a pretty sizable pot here to Cameron. Trip 6s are good. And that's a $500,000 chip pot, very close to being shipped Cameron's way. Basically going to tie Cameron and Patrick up as our 2nd place chip stacks, and they're just 20 bigs or so behind the chip leader. Travis, do we have any good results today? Any good deep runs? Did we learn anything exciting? Three two suited. Pudging in the small. Yeah, looks like it's going to start off with a limp. Seems reasonable. Up against the pair of 6s, though. This suited connector, if you're willing to call it that. I suppose technically it fits. But it is in pretty rough shape here up against the overpair. Patrick's going to ask for another 25,000, and Patrick's going to oblige him. The pocket pairs, like I said, have not been doing Patrick any favors so far, especially the premium ones. And here he's got a flop that's a little bit concerning. It's one where he should have the advantage on that ace as the pre-flop aggressor. He is up against a pretty huge draw. He's actually picked himself up a gut shot and a flush draw on this flop. And he's going to find the check raise, and he's going to take it down. Patrick, things have just not gone his way over the course of the last 20 minutes. It can be such a frustrating game at times. We're down to 3-handed. His starting hand distribution has been incredibly good. And the best result he's been able to get out of one of these strong hands is picking up the blinds and antes pre. Travis has been on the ICM grind. Pretty tough topic. We had a really interesting dynamic at 6-handed in this tournament. This is a $1,200 buy-in. Our min cash was 4th place for $5,200. When we got to 6-handed, we had one player who was pretty short, below 20 big blinds, and everyone else was above 30. It ended up just taking an ace-king suited versus queen's cooler to get us down to 5-handed, and the short stack managed to run into you could call it a flip, but was unfortunately sucked out on not long after that. So we managed to kind of skip over the bubble, which I thought was going to be really brutal. 1,200 buy-in for a 52 min cash. Yeah, would have been a very, very tense situation for a little while for those guys. But also importantly, it's not a spot that's that commonly studied. Travis, I assume you didn't do any work on 4.5 buy-in min caches in your study today.
Two raise, 25,000. Before we raise, 85,000. If I fold, 50 fold. People fold. See if I fold.
Again, we are going to have a blind versus blind pot here. So you're going to start off with the limp. 7-2 suited for Patrick. Just going to check that option back in the big blind.
If I check.
Both players going to find a connection on this flop. Jinx, notably the stronger of the two with that top pair.
See if I bet.
Four spades on the turn, not going to change a thing.
See if I fold.
16k of value generated for Jinx so far, and that is a clean river. Definitely changes the texture of this a little bit, but that queen's still good for top pair.
If I bet 25,000. See if I fold.
Just going to go for a small bet, and Patrick will quickly relinquish that one. Travis says no 4.5 buy-in min caches today. Does enjoy them. Had plenty of them on ACR. Yeah, we see a few of them on there occasionally. We do see quite a few big min cache bubble situations in some of our smaller field tournaments on the tour as well. Some of our smaller locations where we're still fortunate enough to have things like the Centurion running. I know up in Townsville, some of the Centurions up there where we're just paying, say, 5 or 6. Some of those can get a pretty big min cache. So it's a handy spot to be studied. To know how to navigate those kind of situations, but don't come up all that often. A couple of pretty strong hands here. Ace Queen thribbing out of the small blind back over to Jing. Ace 5 suited. Certainly options of playing this sort of hand aggressively. interesting. We all love an ace-5 suited 4-bet. He decides this time in position he's just going to flat take a flop, and he's going to be rewarded with the bottom pair. Does take the lead here. Cameron did fold the queen of clubs, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Patrick to catch up here. King 9-5. Here's a board you're going to be a little bit cautious of against a small blind 3-better, but with that bottom pair, difficult to let go of your hand immediately. A second barrel could certainly get the job done, however. Patrick's equity is only 5%, but he has just requested the triangle, and I'd say there is a much higher than 5% chance that he wins this pot now. This is a big jam, almost full pot size. He has asked for a count. What a call this would be. You would have to put your opponent on specifically like ace-queen, ace-jack, queen-jack, something along those lines. Do you think that his opponent's going to pull the trigger on a play like this with a hand like queen-jack suited for a gut shot? I wouldn't expect all that many opponents to pull the trigger on a play like this with just the naked ace-queen. It can be only an airball bluff, but credit to him, he's thinking this through. He might make the call. He's counted it out. Worth noting, this is the 5th premium hand that Patrick has been dealt in a very short period, and all of them have backfired on him so far. This time he's going to have to rely on his sheer aggression to win this pot rather than the cards themselves. Most importantly, he's going to have to rely on Jing believing the story that he's telling. And he does make the fold. The bluff will get through. Patrick can breathe. Sigh of relief. All of a sudden, these chip counts are starting to look very even.
Oh, yeah.
630 plays 780 plays 900. Not much in it. Loves the variety a super different payout structure makes. Yeah, it's certainly interesting. It's fun trying to solve the new puzzle, figure out what's going on here, what adjustments are we going to make. Trying to figure out what other people are going to do in response. ICM's difficult because if you just follow the charts, you will leave yourself open to have other people basically ruin all the fun for you. Someone else at the table is punting ICM. That can both cost them money and also cost you money if you end up getting it caught in the crossfire. When you have super weird payout structures, you're going to have people doing unpredictable things, and sometimes the best play can be to stay out of their way and let them just blow it up. Dean says, Patrick's playing good poker but getting bad runouts. Yeah, I mean, that certainly seems to be the story of at least this level. His premium's not working for him. This ace-queen just a moment ago, getting that jam through on the turn after being sucked out on by the inferior ace. Nice. Yourself healthy, still playing over 600,000. She's been really happy about floating some of these just random nothings on flops for the last couple of levels. It's all well and good to work a float in every now and then, but lines where we are doing lots of floating, it's important that we're playing them aggressively. Falling down with 9 high, 10 high, jack high, and then just checking down to the river just means that you're going to be actually giving value to the ace highs, king highs, and queen highs of your opponent. We need to be calling with a plan to make them fold those at some stage to make these floats profitable. Slashing Access over on YouTube asks, was only 4 paid? Yeah, it was. Yeah, 4th place was 5,200. 6,800 locked up now for the 3 remaining players. 10.8 for second and 17.2 for the win. So there was potential for that bubble to really drag on, to be very tense. But yeah, as I mentioned not too long ago, we got down to 6-handed with just 1 short stack, and courtesy of a classic ace-king suited versus queens cooler situation, we were able to basically skip over all of that short stack at 5-handed, wasn't able to spin their stack up to get themselves back in it, and now here we are. 3-handed, the podium is set.
Hey, Dylan, you may have everybody 3 all. Right to shuffle up, 400, 800, quick 800 before dancing. 488, shuffle up deal.
He's had 40,000. 3 4.
We're just going to pick up a really nice hand here.
C4 re-raise.
Wouldn't typically refer to ace-jack as a premium, but in a 3-handed game, this is a very strong hand. We'll see the 3-bet coming out. Pocket pair, the jing. In position. Thinking of sticking around and taking a flop here. 100,000 to call. Not an insignificant number of chips. Bianca joins the Facebook chat cheering for Cameron. He certainly seems to be a bit of a crowd favourite. Guys, if you are watching, let us know who you're cheering for. Cameron getting a lot of love so far. I'm sure Patrick and Jing have some supporters on the rail as well. Once again, thank you all for joining us. Sweating the action here for the Monster Freeze here at the Aplpt Sydney. If you guys are enjoying the stream, you could do us solid and hit those like buttons, the subscribes, the follows, all the buttons. Leave some comments, do some things, helps us out a heap.
3 4.
Also makes APL think that I'm doing a really good job, so you'd be helping me out.
C4 call.
There we go. Jai joins us in the Facebook chat, cheering for Patrick. That's what we want to see.
C5 2.
(6-2) off has hit the muck for Patrick. Cameron with the 7-4 suited in the small. Looks like he's going to play this one aggressively, and he is going to take it down.
Trying to start. Yeah, pre-flop. Yep.
Jai says, sorry, I mean Cameron. That might be top 10 slow rolls of all time. That is pretty good. Oh boy, we have some kind of graphics
That's no bad.
issue here. All right, bear with us for a moment, guys, while we get this fixed. We'll be straight back into the action, I'm sure.
How much is that?
Colin, thank you for the kind words.
On the turn, sorry, 22.
22,000. Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like everything's fine. Let's get back into the action. Charlie joins us in the YouTube chat. Also cheering for Cameron. Certainly it seems to be living up to the name of fan favourite at this point.
That's what I was waiting for. I had my hand.
32?
Could have got more from here.
Yeah, I know.
People
If I
what
had
about
it,
40?
Yeah.
32?
yeah.
People 33,000. 32. She's quite cool. 32. Yeah, 32.
Ace 5 for the People's Champion on the button here. Going to open it up. Queen Jack in the small is going to flick in the defend. Right, worth noting as well, guys, our blinds have just ticked up. We are playing 8K, 16K, 16K. That big blind ante will persist all the way through to heads up and to the conclusion of the tournament. Pretty good flop here. The Genies found the top 2 pair. And the flop he was up against a hand that probably can't really give him any value, but this 3 on the turn will introduce a gut shot for Cameron, and it's probably just enough for him to stick around. Only 7% equity. And he's going to find the worst river card possible for him. Cameron at this point is thinking that he's just sucked out, and we've seen Jing playing these hands, playing spots like this, really passively, really trappy, trying to induce bluffs from his opponents and getting, having just go check, check, missing out on some value. This time he identifies that that ace is a card that's going to be bet at really frequently by Cameron. This time that check makes a lot more sense. However, once we do induce that bet, I think we're strong enough that we can spring that check raise on him. It's a 3-handed game where small blind versus button. I think that flopped top 2 is strong enough to try and squeeze a little bit of extra value out of him. Definitely can get on board with that check, but I think that Queen Jack may have been worth just a few more chips. Cameron will get off a little bit lightly there, but Jing will secure himself the chip lead after that pot.
She's pretty cool. People check. It's up.
Ace, 9, 10, all spades. Patrick actually going to pick up the nut flush draw on this flop. I was about to say he is still in the lead with King High, but this turn card is going to change things a little bit. Well, had a gut shot to the arsenal as well, but he does now actually need to hit in order to win. Patrick is going to stick around for 40,000 off to a river. There's a lot of rivers that were going to change how this board looked dramatically. The 2 of hearts is not going to do any of that. Pair of queens is still good. But it's going to have to find a call in order to take this pot down. Cameron's going to be put to the test here with the second pair. It's not a cheap bet, 100,000. I'm looking at just about 40% pot, but it is a significant amount of chips. Cameron can only beat a pure bluff. And look at that. Patrick's premium hands aren't doing him any favors, but he's doing a pretty good job of taking pots down when he whiffs. Gets another bluff through here and snatches that 250,000 chips from the middle for himself. Slashing over on YouTube. Yep, I am going to be grinding away at the APL Millions when that comes. Looking very forward to getting in the mix and playing a whole heap of events on the schedule. Going to be plenty of 6-figure prizes up for grabs over the course of that series, and the plan is to grab one of those for myself. Looking forward to seeing all of you guys there. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised not to see the check raise as well. I assume you're talking about that Queen Jack hand. There's definitely hands that can beat the Queen Jack. We're not going to be good 100% of the time, but I think we're going to be strong enough, often enough, and going to be up against just the top pair, perhaps often enough, that we can try and squeeze some value out of it.
People pair, 35,000. C5 raise. 108,000. C3 fold. T4 fold. Catch up.
Wow, we've got a little bit of a spicy hand that's just played out, Jing, with the 7-6 offsuit. Rebetting.
C4
Cameron making the call on the button with this suited connector. This is some street poker. Looked away for 10 seconds. I look back,
120,000.
and there's $250,000 in the pot. No one has a good hand pre-flop, and we've got second pair versus third pair on the turn. 120 apiece. $500,000 in the middle all of a sudden, and we're going to a river. Ace of clubs. This might be an action killer. With the pair of sevens, Cameron quickly going to check it back, and that pair of sevens is going to be good. Cameron taking a little bit of a hit there. Going to drop just below the $500,000 chip mark now. Still a very healthy number of big blinds. We're super deep here in the Monster Freeze.
Fold. Three fold. Fold late, 52,000. Three fold.
Aggressive play there from Cameron. He gets it limped to him in the big blind with the 8-3 off. Decides this hand is so rubbish he doesn't even want to take a free flop with it. He's going to go ahead, raise it up, and actually steal that pot away. Nice aggressive play there.
Bumpy. 3 lane 32,000. 4 4 5 4.
This is the hand. He pushed me all in. He really wants to call.
4 4.
Waiting for these graphics to catch up.
5 4.
These guys all watching a hand on the stream, on the screen up there. Must have been one of the key ones from a little while ago.
I don't like the risk, I think.
Sorry?
I don't like the risk. That's why I fold.
5 4. 3 4. 14.
Now, these guys went from being pretty snug to playing a 3-bet pot with 7-6 off versus 4-3 suited, and now flatting
3 check 4
small blind with 4-3 off. Everyone's getting a little bit spicy all of a sudden. Pocket fives are out in the lead here. Patrick with the no good bottom pair, and Cameron is going to pick up a gut shot on the turn here, but I might think he has a sliver of showdown with king high, especially once this ace repeats. Everyone with just a weak sliver of showdown going to check this one all the way through, and king with the pocket fives will take it down. We'll get him up to almost 1.2 million now.
Call. 5 4. Heads up. Four check. 5 check. 4 check. 5 check.
Big river card here for Cameron, but not all that big of a pot. And she's going to wave him off from betting. Basically playing the board. Feels bad to make trips and not even be allowed to check. Slashing. Looking forward to playing the Genesis event at the Millions. There's going to be so many awesome events on that schedule. So you guys will probably be able to find me somewhere on the tournament floor every day of the series. All right, here we go. Patrick with another premium holding. This is his third pocket queens in less than an hour. The last two pocket queens went down in flames.
4, 4, 5, 4.
This time, he's not going to get the value that he would like, but he at least is going to pick a few chips up.
Grand Prix. Five lanes, 37,000. 3, 4, 4, 4. Heads up. Four check. Five bet, 37,000. Check.
Yeah, for both on the flop here. The ace-king well out in front. He's able to squeeze one straight of value out of Cameron on the flop.
85,000.
Going to go for the second bullet here. Queen of Diamonds. Not a card that Cameron will be thrilled to see. Can't automatically give your opponent credit, though, especially not in a three-handed game. King of Hearts. This board's just got worse and worse for Cameron, but fortunately that also means that he's likely going to be getting away from it inexpensively. It looked like that was a snap jam and a snap fold on the river. Couple of decent hands here, blind versus blind. Cameron starting the hand just under 20 bigs. Has gone ahead and pulled the trigger on a jam. He's asked for a count, but I mean, this ace-9 suited, this, you can snap this.
Yep.
We are doing really well against the jamming range here.
284.
Yep.
I think I can afford this one.
Just clarifying the count, and he does push the chips in. Cameron is behind, but he is pretty live. 43% equity. Now, fan favorite is all in at risk. If he can find a queen or a 10, he's well back in this with over $500,000. But if he can't, he is going to be our third place finisher. He has found his 10. He's got to fade an ace. He's got to fade an 8. Jack of Diamonds inconsequential, and that's the 8 of Hearts on the river. That's going to be the resuck. Jing Wu scores the elimination, and Cameron is going to be our bronze medalist for 6,800.
Yeah, but yeah, I have to.
Just like that, guys. I mean, the stacks are deep. There's a lot of big blinds in play, but we're short-handed. And anything can happen at any moment. Blink and you miss it.
Still there?
All of a sudden, we've got a heads-up battle on our hands. Jingwu currently about a 2-to-1 chip favourite over Patrick So as we begin heads-up play.
No, not yet. Yeah, I wait. Right. Same city is okay. Highway. Can I do it?
All right, looks like we're going to jump straight into the action here, guys. Heads-up play has commenced. 10,800 locked up for both of these players. 17.2 is the first place payout. We've got almost a $7,000 heads-up battle on our hands here.
Yeah. I gonna, yeah, hands up, so it's gonna be a different game than no.
100,000.
Yeah.
Three, 4.
10-7 for Patrick here. A suited ace. Jingwu in the big blind. Now, heads up, with that big blind ante in play, we are going to see some pretty speculative and, frankly, some pretty weak holdings making it all the way to the flop. 10-7 certainly going to qualify as a hand we can play from the button.
5, 4. Check.
Yes, 4 suited may have been ahead going to the flop, but that 7 is giving Patrick a pretty healthy advantage. And he's going to hold all the way to the river. Not really much reason for Jing to bet with this ace-4 suited. Has a little bit of showdown value, so let's just check it back, and there's a pair of 7s that's going to hold here.
Thank you.
We're playing for not the money.
It's true. Agree.
That is more than the money. But you're real yourself.
Hey.
Now, I did say we were going to see some pretty weak hands making their way to the flop. We get to play almost anything on the button when there's a full big blind ante in play. 8-3 offsuit. Well, we don't have to play that one. We can just let that one go. Alicia over in the Facebook chat, giving a shout out to Cameron. Yeah, it's a pretty solid run. 3rd place is a great result. He was certainly a fan favourite. Seemed like from most of the cheering, you guys wanted to see him take this thing down, but an unfortunate stretch there during 3-handed. would see him hit the rail in third. And yeah, Dean, you could be right. This could be a very long heads up. But in saying that, right now we are 50 bigs effective. And honestly, in heads up, it doesn't take all that big of a hand to get 50 big blinds in. Jing on this flop most certainly has a hand he would like to get 50 big blinds in with. Unfortunately for him, he is up against a whole lot of not much. Yeah, I'm going to see the C-bet come out from Patrick, however. Going to a turn, 150k in the middle. Jing is going to continue the slow play. That 6 of spades is going to give Patrick a little bit of showdown now. Going to keep the pot a little more manageable and check that one back. Yeah, Jing, we've seen him do a lot of checking with strong hands in spots like this and miss out on value. This time he might be up a hand that's just strong enough to bet, given that we are heads up. This check is going to work out for him, perhaps. If you remember earlier, we saw... Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. That's not what I was expecting. I was going to refer to the Queen-Jack hand he played earlier against Cameron, where he flopped the top 2 and chose not to check-raise the river after the ace came in. This time he decides to check-raise the river, but he check-raises huge. That was like 4x pot. It's going to be pretty tough to get paid off when we bet that big. We do have the trophy out and on the table as well. You guys can see that Aplpt Mega Freeze trophy between these guys. That is what we're playing for, as well as almost $7,000. Queen 4 going to limp the button. 6-5 off going to check the option in the big blind. 3 bigs in the middle to start things off, and it's a whiff for both. Queen high is out in the lead. 7 of diamonds. Patrick's going to pick up an open-ender. It's not the most impressive of straight draws. Top end of it, of course, would be to the low end of a 4-card straight. In saying that, heads up. That's still a reasonably strong hand, and Patrick decides to play this draw aggressively, and against the Queen high, he's going to be taking this pot down.
All the yellow AMAX players, please start making your way back to the table. Thank you.
See a limp on the button from the 6-2 suited from Patrick this time. Jing with the pocket pair. Not going to let him get away with it that easily by the looks of things. That was really weird. For a second I thought the visual had frozen, but it was just Jing taking a really, really long time to raise to 41,000. Patrick in position with a suited hand that can kind of technically make a straight, is going to make the call. fours going to unsurprisingly see a couple of overcards on the flop. 5 of spades, and that's actually an interesting card. Patrick's going to pick up
5 bets.
both a straight draw and a flush draw here. The 4 on the river, I would say, will see Patrick securing himself a double up. 37,000 is the bet. Patrick in position, going to just make the call here and going to a river. There could be some exciting ones. The ace of spades is exciting for Patrick. His pocket fours have gone up in flames for Jingwu. Once again, Patrick, he's not been able to make anything out of his monsters, but he's done a great job of taking pots down with high cards, and now with a hand as rubbish as 6-2 suited, he's actually made himself a monster on the river here. And we're really thinking this through. Or if he's maybe thinking about turning his pocket fours into a bluff.
My bad. I saw.
Oh, he's not thinking about it at all. He is just wondering what his opponent is going to do. Oh, spoiler alert, your opponent is going to bet. Patrick with the 6 high flush here, 172k in the middle. It's up against a hand that's probably not going to be excited about paying off a large bet. But he is going to try his best. See the quick fold from the 4s, and Patrick will take this one down with no showdown. The roughly 2-1 chip advantage. Jingwu here.
Yeah, I got that. 3 times. Yes, sir. Pot fold. Three check. Five bets. 35,000.
Nice suited hand on the button for Jing. Ace high for Patrick, and looks like we're going to play pretty friendly so far. We have a bet and a call. Guys, what? Geez, slow down. Check, bet, call, flop. Okay, so Patrick with the ace high floated with the backdoor nut flush draw. Jingwu slowed down on the turn, and now is going to turn the 10 high into a bluff on the river. And I think he's up against one of the hands that he might be able to make fold. Patrick, though, with that ace of clubs, 3 clubs out there, you got to wonder if he maybe decides he wants to turn this into a bluff. Knows his opponent can't have the nut flush, and those aren't calling chips. Beautiful aggressive poker. He might have made his opponent fold a worse hand, but this is a really nice aggressive play from Patrick. This is the kind of things that you need to be doing to generate edges in heads up. Beautiful check raise there. Geez, that hand moved very, very quickly. That ended in a pretty spectacular river bluff.
I can't beat you after the flop. I need to do something on the pre-flop.
Yeah. Makes sense. Sorry. What's going on? Like, you win a pot and then you're like in the blinds again.
We have a friendly one going to the flop here. Queen 6 plays 10 deuce.
Subject.
Patrick with a monstrous lead on this flop. Pair of queens has his opponent drawing pretty close to dead. And Jingui's rightfully not interested
5 fold.
in wagering anything on this flop.
10k, 10k. 10k, 10k. Five leash, 100,000.
Yay! Finally. Full hard.
3 fours.
Oh yeah.
Blinds have ticked up. 10k, 20k, 20k now. It might speed things up just a little bit.
Three call. 5 check.
A couple pieces of cheese and a couple of complete whiffs, both of these guys this hand.
3 bet, 20,000.
Heads up play, we're going to see a lot of these where it's usually just going to be whoever bets first wins. And we've seen calls like this a few times from Jing, where he just has a random air ball, just calls the flop, checks the turn, and just hopes for the best. After this time, so he's checked the turn and then been shown weakness, and yeah, we really need to be firing rivers like this. If we're going to make these floats, then as soon as we get an opportunity to actually steal the pot away from our opponent, it's important that we pounce on that. Jing is actually up against a potential bluff catching a hand here. Patrick's picked up a pair of 3s on the turn. 7 repeat means that there's a number fewer ways than there usually would be to actually beat that pair of 3s, and Patrick's thinking of making a bluff catch here. So only 40,000 to make the call. 2 big blinds.
3 call.
And he does make the call. He makes the cheeky float and gets his hand caught in the cookie jar on the river here.
Find a way to beat you.
I just got lucky on the turn. If I don't miss, I'm just gonna fold.
5 call. Yeah.
A couple of weak hands again this time around. Patrick just the 8-4 off. We've not seen these guys attacking a lot of these limps with marginal holdings. Been a lot of just limp and check back kind of pots so far. That is exactly what we're going to see here. That 5-3 suited is actually going to improve to a reasonably strong hand on this flop. Ace on the turn. 8-4, currently absolutely nothing going for it. 9 of spades on the river. He's going to identify that it looks like he has the best hand. And he's going to try and squeeze some value out of his pair of 3s, but Patrick quickly out of the way, basically playing the board.
3 lays 50,000. 5 balls.
Picking up a pretty nice hand this time. Looks like it's just raise, fold, and on to the next. 1.4 plays 940k at the moment. The gap closing just a little bit. Jing still with a notable chip advantage, but not one that's insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination.
Five lays 40,000. Three calls. Three check, 5 check.
Both players going to catch the bottom pair on this flop. Both going to play it pretty slowly so far.
3 bet 20,000. 5 call.
Bet and call. Patrick with the superior kicker. A significant favourite to be taking this pot down should it go to showdown. And so not all that much reason for either player to bet their hand on this river. 2 with the jack kicker is going to take this one down.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah, 90s?
10 deuce.
Three lays 50,000. 5 call. Check.
A whole lot of clubs out there. Jing is the only one with one holding that 5 of clubs in hands. Queen high is also still in the lead, but Patrick is the one who's going to take a stab at this. 35k and a call. Patrick's going to have to work a bit harder, but he's probably also going to need to fade clubs. 3 of hearts is a big brick.
Three bet 100,000. 5 call.
Second barrel, however, will get the job done. The queen high and the 5 high flush draw not going to be enough. The stacks are pretty close to being all squared up here.
Lays 60,000.
Now we're looking at a real hand. King Jack suited for Patrick in the big blind. It's facing an open from Jing. So far been a lot of limping, so I expect that the raising range is going to be a little bit stronger. Patrick are going to just start things off with a call, and this flop could be dangerous. Both players have caught the top pair. top pair versus top pair in heads up can sometimes generate some extremely large pots. Gonna start off with a bet of 75k. I am anticipating that this pot gets pretty large pretty quickly. We've already got 290 in the middle. 3 of clubs. Okay, so the flush draw has arrived, which might be an action killer, but... Oh, wow, and Jing's not even going to go for value on the turn. This is perhaps a huge missed opportunity. We can't just automatically assume that they're on the flush draw. Our top and bottom pair here is a slam dunk value bet on the turn. Jing might have cost himself an opportunity to win a really big pot here. And he's just going to call the river. Patrick has been let off very cheap this hand. You guys remember, not all that long ago, I talked about how important it is to be getting as much value as we can at three-handed. It's even more important at heads up. It's not often that we're going to make a chance to have 2 pair versus top pair strong kicker in heads up, and when we do, we need to be winning big pots. The chance of us coolering our opponent much harder than that when it's just a 1 versus 1 game, we're not going to get it all that often.
Three lays 50,000. Five two. Five check. Three bet 30. Five four.
The turn we go here. Nothing for anyone on the flop, but there is that backdoor flush draw arriving on the turn. Five of spades on the river. Queen high is going to be good. Oh, apologies. There's an 8 out there. Poker is really hard. Patrick will take down a small pot with that middle pair.
Five lays 60,000. Three four.
First time. First time. Wow.
I shouldn't do.
Three call. Five lays 120.
Oh, you have the flush.
Yeah, the flush. I thought you were gonna bet the river. I was waiting, and then you checked. You didn't realize what it was your turn yet.
I feel so good. Fold.
5 fold.
I think the good thing to play tight is you can avoid a lot of risk. Like wow. Let's go.
Three fold. 5 check. Five check. 2 check. 3 check. 5 check. 3 check.
These guys have found a way to chop this one up. 2 pairs on board.
5 check.
Ace pie kicker playing.
3 bets.
Patrick's
3 5.
going to have a crack at taking this down.
5 fold.
She doesn't believe, and we're going to be chopping this one up.
65. 6 5.
Is that short?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if the audio came through a moment ago, but Jake over in the Facebook chat asked who came third. It was Cameron. Picked up third place, $6,800 for his efforts. And Tim, thanks for joining us. Appreciate the kind
I
words.
thought what they were saying.
Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Worry,
Hoping
like,
you,
gonna
hoping
shove
you're
or
all
in.
enjoying the action.
Yeah, I could shove it.
Yeah. That's why it's easy to check call. A lot of moves I know how to do it, but just don't want to do it. It's very stupid, but I don't know. But I really want to shuffle in with you pre-flop, like just. Oh, it's $10 small blind, right? I don't know, it is 60.
5 raise 60,000. 3 fold. Call.
On.
5 orange. 3 fold.
Jing just pulls the trigger on a jam with the threes there. Not going to mess around. I'll have that pot, thanks. That's 40 bigs effective. That's a big jam.
Fold.
10-9 suited for Patrick. Very nice looking hand in general, especially in heads up. Besides that, the 20,000 price is not adequate for his hand. Puts in the raise. I'm going to give up the 9-8 off. Almost back to about a 2-to-1 chip advantage here.
Hey, thank you, dealers, anyway. Flight 3, blind run, 600, 1200, with a 1200 big blind entry. At 6, 12, 12 on the next hand, thank you.
Three lays, 50,000.
Patrick going to go on the aggressive now. Switching from that limp heavy strategy, going to start implementing some raises. And fortunately, he is dominated this time, but he is up against a hand that's probably weak enough that he can steal this pot away if he decides to fire a continuation bet. And that's exactly what he is going to do. Relinquishing the 10 high, understandably.
Five lays, 60,000. Three fold.
One very nice hand and one absolute piece of cheese on that one. Gonna see a lot of that in heads up. Surprisingly, really hard to get dealt a good hand.
Just shuffle. Okay. Three call.
Waiting for the graphics to catch up for us on this one.
Three bet 20,000.
Looks like we do have a stab from Patrick.
Sorry.
With a mystery hand, against a mystery hand, on a mystery board.
Check. Three bet 20,000.
Wish I could help you guys out a little bit more than that.
Five lays, 55,000. Are you okay?
Oh boy. Oh, let's go, Gene. 8 deuce off. He finds the check raise on the flop. Gets his opponent off of the superior hand. Some street poker arriving. That's what we want to see.
Five call. Three check. Three check. Five check. check, I'll check.
Couple pieces of cheese going at it here. We're going to just check this one all the way through to the river. Patrick's actually going to find himself with the nut straight here. 3 diamonds on board, but he's up against just 9 high. No value to be gained off this one.
Three call. 5 check.
Patrick switching back to the limping strategy, this time with an ace high. It's going to be a complete whiff for both of these players. I suppose not a complete whiff. Jing does have the bottom end of a straight draw. Actually picking up a double gutter on this turn, and he is going to bet at it.
40,000.
Ace high is looking not so impressive on this run out, and the 8 high is going to take this one away. 850 plays 1.5. 10,800 locked up for each of these guys, playing heads up for almost another $7,000.
Five late, 60,000. Sorry. 3 late, 175. 175,000.
Patrick finding the spicy 3-bet bluff. We've seen a couple of times him pulling this move out of the toolkit. And his timing has been pretty good. Times when he has executed. But wow, this is some absolute street poker, guys.
No, anyway.
Some utter nonsense going on here, heads up. But both of these guys sniffing out when the other one is up to no good.
I had a good gamble hand.
With the 10-9 off, going to pull the trigger on a 40 big blind plus 4-bet jam.
Something like that. It's a bluff.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We've seen rubbish v rubbish. Or rubbish v good hand. Quite a number of times. We saw a 4-bet bluff jam with 10-9 off last hand. This hand, Jing's just going to jam. Of course Patrick's going to call. We have ace-10 for 30 bigs. This is a monster heads up. And Patrick's actually been brutally called. Jing literally jammed last hand with 10-9 off. This time, he decides to jam again, but he's got a real deal hand. And he just needs to fade a 10, and this is over.
There's an all-in and a call on the final table heads up between Patrick and Max. Of the monster freeze. We've got ace-10 off Patrick against ace-check off.
Lead this to highway to call the action. Is this the end?
Patrick is at well, is Jack 7.
I'm going to call it there, ladies and gents. Jack 7. Is the turn official? It is. Game over. GG to Patrick. Pretty brutal spot for him to run into it there. But Jing Wu is going to be our Monster Freeze champion. Guys, what a blast it's been. Thank you all for joining us for the stream today. I've had an awesome time. You guys have done a great job keeping me company. We are going to be back in action tomorrow afternoon. I believe we're going to be covering the Jackstar Day one tomorrow. Lots of poker action. Still lots of exciting stuff to come over the course of this week as we cover that Jackstar and that main event. Guys, I've been Corey Van J. Thanks all, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.